Okay, muchachos, we are back with another live stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are back at it again. The the Chrome extension, is having a little bit of an issue, so we're trying to troubleshoot to get the whitelisted and blacklisted items to appear below the input field, and it's kind of bugging right now. So it's probably going to be a short one today. We'll see. We'll see how it feels. Also, remember the Discord server is wide open, so if you want to come and have a conversation with your guy, you're more than welcome. The voice channel is up. We are good to go. All systems go. If you want to talk about startups, LLM, anything, just come on and talk to your guy. All right. And as you come into the stream, just give us a like, smash the like button, and we do have a familiar face. Well, not exactly face, but a familiar name. Hey, brother, how's it going? It's going fantastic, brother. I guess now I'm going to call you ZG, all right? Zordox Z Gaming. And as per usual, here's your salute, my brother. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Hey, I know I don't even have to tell you. I know the minute you come into the stream, you bless your brother with a like, and for that reason, you get a round of applause. Here we go. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. ZG and the chat. And for that, I'm gonna give you a Don DeMarco. There you go. And hey, listen, 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 listen. Boom. I'm sure you remember this one right here. And what about this one right here? This is for special people, all right? There it is, right there. Boom. Need I say more? Yeah, thank you, brother. Thanks to the stream. So today, you like that, huh? So today, what are we gonna do? I'm back with the same build, except we having a little bit of an issue right now with the Chrome extension. The Chrome extension is bugging a little bit. All right, the Firefox, which I thought I was gonna have a lot of issues with, the Firefox one is just working flawlessly. Right? Oh, my bad. My camera was off. It worked. It works flawlessly. However, on the Chrome extension, which was working fine, but then all of a sudden it decided to bug out. So usually when I enter hang on a second, let me switch right here. Oh, we're already here. When I enter an email address or a domain, right, on the white or blacklist, it's supposed to appear below, right here. Okay, below here. But right now it's not doing anything. So I got to troubleshoot that and try and fix it. So, guys, once again, the Discord voice channel is wide open. So, if you want to talk to your guy, jump into the Discord server and talk to me. Okay, LLM, whatever, AI, music, the universe. We're not going to talk about politics or relationships or religion, that type of stuff. No, we don't do that. So we talk about positive things. We talk about, of course, these things could be positive as well. But we're going to talk about startup, making money, all right? LLM, AI, MCP servers, you name it, all right? AI assisted coding, vibe coding. Let's go. Jump on the Discord server and talk to your guy as I try to fix this problem right here. All right, bro. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. It's all good. Your presence is appreciated. Thank you very much, my brother. And another one for you. Before you go, there you go. There you go. Thank you, bro. All right. See you on the next one. Alrighty. So here we go. Let's get let's get cracking, shall we? Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Okay. Let's see here. What do we have? Nope, not the header. Components, extension. Right, main card. Okay, this style. Let's close that. Pop up. Close that. Content. Extension. All right. Alrighty. So we're trying to troubleshoot this thing here. So today I got a bowl of my favorite snack, some popcorn. All right. So grab yourself a bowl of your favorite snack. Sit back and enjoy. All right. So as per usual, so I'm actually making a local backup right now. So before I do anything critical, I make a backup. So if anything happens, like and I can't access um, GitHub, so I can always restore from my local backup. So that's what's happening right now. Wait for the backup to finish. Then we're going to proceed with fixing this issue with the whitelist and blacklist. The fact that when I add a domain or an email address, the item does not appear where it's supposed to. So we're trying to fix that. And it was working just fine a couple of days ago. Of course, you do one thing and then you end up just putting out fires. You know what I mean? But so that's the name of the game. I do use Git. Yeah. Like I said, I push to Git, then I also make a local backup just in case because sometimes the internet bugs out. So and if I want to continue working, I can't pull from Git, so I just use my local backup. You know what I mean? It's just something that I started doing, and because there were so many instances where I'm trying to pull something from Git, and then okay, internet is down, so I always have a local backup as well. Yeah. So how you doing, man, Ronaldo? What's happening? Hey, as per usual, when you join the stream, brother, you gotta bless your brother. You gotta smash the like button, and you get one of these right here. Oh, there you go, and you might get one of those as well. Round of applause for Ronaldo. Welcome to the stream, bro. So, all right, cool. So now the issue we're having is we're not actually, as you can see, can you see my cursor? There you go. So here, the added item, whether it's an email or a domain, is supposed to appear right here. On Firefox, it appears. Hey, there you go, Ronaldo. For that, you know what you get? You get the bomb. There you go. For Ronaldo, thank you, brother. Thank you for the like. Thank you for. There we go. There you go. You got the atomic bomb. All right, so you can't see my cursor. Let me just see what's going on here. Make sure we're capturing the cursor. Yeah, cursor's being captured. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a lag, but you should be able to see my cursor now. Do, 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 do. All right, cool. Give me a sec. Let me just see what's going on here. All right, so do you see? You should be able to see this. That's the extension right here. All right, the extension disappeared now. It's going to reappear, and there you go. And my cursor should appear. That is so freaking weird because my cursor is supposed to be captured as per my setting. But anyway, in any case, you see where it says whitelist. Okay, I'm gonna highlight it, whitelist and blacklist. When I enter an item here, whether it's a domain, all right, cool. Whether it's a domain name or an email address, right? Once I hit the plus button right here, it's supposed to appear right here below the list. And same thing for blacklist, all right? It's supposed to appear below here. But right now, if I add, check this out, 123 at company.com. And once I hit the plus button, you see that? It doesn't appear. So that's what I'm trying to fix right now. I'm trying to troubleshoot, see what the problem is, and just get it up and running. Because the Firefox extension is actually working just fine. But for some reason, this guy right here, it's being belligerent. It's being kind of stupid right now. So let's see what's going on. So yeah, that is Opera. I just started using Opera a few days ago. I use a variety. I use a variety of browsers. I was a big fan of Arc, but for some reason the developers decided to ditch it. I don't know if you use Arc. Arc was pretty sweet, and then I transitioned to. Oh, that's what you meant. No, 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 no. Uh, Opera is based. It's a Chromium based browser. So Chrome does not necessarily mean it's Chrome. It's a Chrome browser. It doesn't mean it's Google Chrome. Google Chrome is just a browser that's built on the Chromium architecture. So Opera is built on the Chromium architecture. Brave is built on the Chromium architecture. A bunch of other browsers. Same thing with Firefox. You got Firefox, which is again on the Gecko, right? Gecko architecture. That means you have Zen that works on it. You have a bunch of other. I can't remember off the top of my head the other ones that worked on the same architecture as Firefox. But as long as they use the same architecture, you're fine. And I do run Chrome as well, so it doesn't work on Chrome, even though this is not Chrome, but it's still Chromium. You understand? No, 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 no. That's not how it works, uh, Ronaldo. Yes, I saw that they launched Dia. In fact, is it in beta or is it out of beta? Dia. Yeah, no, it's not just Opera. Even in Chrome, it so happened now that I'm running Opera for just for a change. Otherwise, I run Brave, I run Chrome, I run a bunch of browsers. Depends on the use case, and of course, I'm going to have to do it for. I'm going to have to code it for Safari as well. As you know, Safari's different. So you got to use Xcode. That means I got to spin Xcode and go through a bunch of hoopla because it's Apple. Apple doesn't do anything like everybody else. So you gotta kind of like jump through different hoops to make sure that it works on the Apple iOS, OS X ecosystem. That's what's up. Alrighty. All right, let's try and build it. Oh, cool. Are you using it yet? Are you using Dia yet? In fact, I think there's a wait list. I think I joined it, but I don't know. Yeah, in my opinion, Arc was next level, bro. Arc was It was one of those browsers. I mean, I wish they would have kept it up, but it is what it is. Alrighty. What do we have here? Mhm. Mm, 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 mm. All right, what do we have here? All right, so what we're going to do right here, let's remove the extension. And let's get extensions. Distribution. All right. That's not the right version, but let's try anyway. 1, 2, 3 at company.com. All right, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. So now, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Of course, now the styling is wrong, but now we do have the item. Let's do at company.com. Let's add that. Boom, there we go. All right, Ronaldo. Ronaldo's talking about okay, each one of them gets so okay. Cool, yeah. And who do we have here? We have, I guess it's Arnold. Arnold with an X. RNXLD. How much did you spend on tokens? Good question, bro. Good question. And do your guy a favor, smash the like button right now. Let me give you your props. Don DeMarco, baby. Round of applause for Arnold. RNXLD. There you go. And blah, 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 blah. And of course, you get a Law and Order. There you go. Thank you very much, brother. Much appreciated. Bro, tokens, way too much. Okay, way too much. Because I use multiple tools. So, subscriptions are going crazy, which is, I got to find a solution where I can host my own AI coding assistant. You know what I mean? It depends on which. It depends on which AI coding assistant that I'm using. When I use Augment, of course, Augment comes with Claude Sonnet 3.5, 3.7, and Claude Sonnet 4, which 4 is kind of stupid right now. When it first came out, it was great, but then it kind of, now it's just messing around. It's just messing up all over the place. And what else? And Zencoder, pretty much, I think they use Claude Sonnet 3.7. They use, what else? They use DeepSeek, I believe. Then I also use Klein. Klein, is for certain use cases. I don't really use it a whole lot. Klein, I could use Gemini. I could use an Open Router, so I can have access to a bunch of different APIs and stuff like that. And Rule Code, same thing. I bounce between. I don't really use Windsurf anymore. I used it a lot last year when I first launched it. But Cursor, yeah, I dabble in Cursor as well a little bit, and Unlook. So the different AI coding assistants and IDEs and stuff like that. So yeah, it costs a lot. It costs a lot of money, but it's an investment because I'm building a startup. So I needed to build basically 20 different projects. In the span of 6 months, I built 25 different projects, but 20 that are in MVP status, which, I'm selling some of them, I'm launching some of them. So that's what's up. That's what's going on. Okay, what model I'm using? Yes, I already told you, multiple models. So the main ones is basically Claude Sonnet 3.5, 3.7, and 4, and Gemini, right, 2.5, DeepSeek for certain things, and a bunch of stuff from Open Router that I could try different things. That's pretty much it. All AIs are like that, though. Yeah, true. What about Claude Code? I haven't tried Claude Code yet, which I need to get to it, but I've just been busy trying to basically finish some of these MVPs. But yeah, I need to. Have you tried Claude Code? Have you tried it? How do you like it? So you haven't tried it yourself? Yeah, I see a lot of videos. People, reviews and stuff. People talking about. Yeah, Cursor's nice. Which plan are you on? The $20 one or? Yeah, yeah, that's pretty dope. But if you when you get a chance, try Augment. Try Augment Code. I think Augment has the best context awareness when it comes to understanding the entire code base, and especially large code bases. Is by far the best. It rarely messes up. This is not perfect. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it's the best I've used so far. So check it out if you have a chance. It's an extension for IDE for VS Code. Remove. Yeah, cool. Hey guys, remember the Discord server, the voice channel is wide open. So if you want to come and talk to your guy, come on up. Let's have a little conversation. Just jump in. The server is wide open. Come and talk to your guy. And as you enter the stream, smash the like button if you haven't done so. Subscribe to the channel. We're on road to 300 subscribers, and we're gonna gun for 500. You know what I'm saying? So let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, all right. Okay, what do we have here? All right, so let's remove. Let's try the other build, Guardian inbox. Dist. Okay, we need the distribution folder. All right, there we go. So we are good. 3456 at company.com. Boom, there we go. Problem solved, guys. Problem solved. I love it when a plan comes together. Let's check Firefox. So now we're going to test the Firefox build. Make sure everything's hunky-dory. That's an old school saying right there. You don't hear people say that anymore. Hunky-dory. Yo. Yeah, fucking A, dude. All right, let's see. Manifest.json. All right, we are good. Let's. Okay, it stopped. So let's remove that. Okay, load temporary, reload. All right, we're good. We're up and running. Firefox 5678 at company.com. All right, there we go. In fact, let me show you guys. So here's the Firefox implementation. So we're good. So let's add. Let's add. There you go. All right. So this is Firefox, and this is Chrome. All right. So here we are. So both extensions running, and they're actually working as expected. So here we are. Let's celebrate with a little bit of popcorn. My favorite snack. Let's go. All righty. Let's remove. Now we're trying to Firefox again. Manifest a JSON. We're running. Boom. There we go. At company.com. Boom. All right, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, we have liftoff. So both implementations are working now. So Firefox and Chrome are good to go. All right, muchachos. So the Discord server is wide open. So come on and talk to your guy. If you have any questions, drop it in the chat or come to the Discord server. In the meantime, I got a bowl of my favorite snack. I got some freshly made popcorn, some homemade popcorn, know what I'm saying? All right, so I'm right here. If you have any questions, just hit me up. Well, all right, boys and girls. The build continues. Okay, so we have, what do we have here? We have let me show you guys a little bit of the Chrome extension. There it is. So the Chrome extension is fully functional. We had a little bit of an issue with it, but now, in fact, just for good measures, let me just remove it one more time. Let's go to extensions. All right. So load, unpacked. So let's go to Guardian inbox, distribution, and here we go. So let's spin. All right, so the issue we were having earlier was when I added a domain or email to the white and black list, they weren't not appearing here below the input field. But now we got that working. Let's try the black list. 345 at company.com. So once we add it, boom, there you go. So it appears below the section. So we are good. And it's the same for Firefox. Firefox is working 100% now. The next phase, I guess, is to do the Safari extension. But of course, it's not going to be in this, and I'm not going to do it in this in this session, because I'm going to have to spin. I have to spin Xcode and a bunch of other things, because you know, Apple does things a little differently. So you got to abide by the rules, my friend. So as you can see, everything worked. Boom. There you go. Spam. Blam. Okay. Report spam. Boom. There you go. Count. 1 right here. Alrighty. So it's all good. Everything's working just fine. Okay. Now the problem is my CSS got messed up. See, this is what I mean. You fix one thing and something else just gets messed up. How did that happen? Stay tuned. Let's fix this. All right, the CSS issue has been resolved. So now what we need to fix is basically the CTA button. The link is broken, as well as these right here: Get Started, Choose Pro, and Contact Sales. Those are broken. So that's that's an easy fix. So let's work on that. So CTA button. Get started. So the CTA buttons is not working. So sometimes, I mean, there could be a couple of issues. The unclick function is not implemented properly, or there's a Z index kind of issue. Therefore, if there's something else over the button, so you won't be able to click it because of the Z index, it's hidden behind, not really hidden, but it's some other element is sort of obstructing. So let's see. Just as I suspected, the unclick was removed. All right, let's test. All right, there we go. All right, hero. Get started. Get So we've got a couple of CTA buttons, mainly in the pricing plan. Okay, right here, free plan and pricing. These are supposed to navigate to, they're supposed to navigate to the login sign up page. And then the custom enterprise is supposed to trigger the contact form. Alrighty. Let's refresh. Go. Let's go back. Choose Pro. Nice. Enterprise. CTA should bring up the contact form. Please fix. All right, so we got one more CTA. Contact form, contact sales. It's supposed to trigger the contact form. So let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. It is kind of quiet on the stream tonight. Where are my peeps? Where are my people at? All right, this works. This is good. Get started. All good. Contact sales. Let's spin the server one more time. All right, let's go. Refresh. All right, compiling. There we go. All right, we're good. Favicon. Okay, 200. Nice. We're good. There we go. Contact sales. Company email. Name. All right, the sign up is incomplete. It should have a confirm email field. Please fix. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to curse at the AI assistant right now. Don't. All right, it's running. We still having an issue here. Yo, Shakti in the building. Welcome, bro. I gotta give you your props right here. Don DeMarco, round of applause for Shakti. Welcome back, bro. Always a pleasure to see you guys, to see familiar names. I was gonna say faces, but I can't see your faces. So, thanks, bro. I'm doing good. How you doing? You all right? And you know what to do. Smash the like button. Thank you very much. That's my guy right here. And watch this. Law and order, baby. And you know what? You get the bomb. Let's drop the bomb for Shakti, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, all good, man. Just doing a little bit of a housekeeping, fixing a couple of issues here. Yeah, quick update. So both extensions are working just fine. Chrome extension, Firefox extension, working good. Nice. What were you working on, man? What's the project? All right. Yeah, cool. The Firefox extension was actually failing because there was a file that was referencing to the Chrome build, and it wasn't supposed to be there. So once we figured it out, and it's now it's all good. So let me see if I can show you. Yeah, it was just a stupid reference file. Firefox. Yeah, so yeah, here we are. So here's the manifest version 2. Description, browser extension. Then once I figured it out, now everything works perfectly. We're all good. And the manifest.json, of course, for the Chrome. As you can see, manifest version 3. Yeah, Google account, Outlook, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, we're all good. All right, let's see. What are you working on? I'm working on an AI powered browser extension builder. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. I like that. And similar to Bolt and Lovable, but for extensions, not a lot more. Okay. And a lot more cool features. That sounds dope. Nice. So are you doing the same? Are you developing it for Firefox extension, Chrome, and Safari, or are you mainly focusing on Chrome? All right, we are good. Let's go back. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, Safari is yeah, Safari is a pain. You got to jump through so many hoops because of Apple. They got to do things different. So that means Xcode and a bunch of hoops you got to jump through. But I mean, since I'm on Mac, it's not going to be a big issue. But they got to do so much extra stuff just for a stupid extension. But yeah, I can't neglect Safari. So how far along are you in the development cycle? Yes, correct. And $100 a year, my friend, not just $100 and then you're done. You got to pay $100 a year to um, to do that, which is kind of messed up because they still, on top of the $100 a year, they still get a cut from your, in-app purchases. They still get. I mean, hey, it's Apple, so if you want to be part of the ecosystem, well, they're kind of snobby like that. They're snobs, so you got to pay. You got to pay to play, my friend. You got to pay to play. Yeah. Yeah, you got to pay for that license. In fact, I haven't even renewed mine. Mine's expired. That means I got to cough up 99 bucks. Well, 100 really. Cool. Finish half the landing page to include the input. Okay, cool. Input box. Got the front end of the builder page, which has the editor, frame for preview, and design mode. Nice. Dope, dope. If I'm not mistaken, you're using Cursor, right? Are you using Cursor for this? I think you mentioned it earlier on a previous live. I think you mentioned Cursor, but I'm not sure. Are you using Cursor, right? Yeah. I kind of gave up on windsurf. I use Cursor from time to time, right? It's pretty cool. Um, what framework am I using for the extension? Next.js. What about you? Yeah, so the standard Apple developer program costs 99 bucks a year. So that's basically $100 a year. And the enterprise program costs $299, so $300 a year. All right. So if you're an enterprise and you want to publish a lot of stuff, so that's pretty much what it's going to cost you, $300 a year. And if you're a solopreneur, like a solo dev, 100 bucks. Yep. It is a racket, my friend. Of course, we got free waiver as for nonprofits, educational, and government agencies may be eligible for free waivers. It doesn't guarantee the waiver. So, if you enroll through the Apple Developer app, your membership renews automatically, all right, as an auto renewable subscription, unless you cancel your payment option. Yep. Which is what I did because at some point, yeah, it's just not worth it to just keep paying unless you're really using it a lot. You know what I mean? So yeah, so there it is. I mean, unless you're gonna make money from your app, there's no point actually going on going to Apple because you're gonna have to keep paying $100 a year whether your app makes money or not. So you gotta cough up some cash. And if your enterprise is $300, so all right, who do we have here? Yaten Ready or Yaten Ready? Hey, how accurate will Vibe coded apps be? Yaten, let me give you your props as you come into the stream. Welcome to the stream, bro. In fact, let's give you a law and order. All right, you know what to do. Smash the like button. Smash the like button for your guy. Much appreciated. How secure will Vibe coded apps be? Good question. Vibe coded apps, or any app for that matter, is never secure until you do your due diligence. You gotta do some pen testing. You gotta do a lot of things to make sure your app is as secure as it can be because no apps are 100% secure. But I would never recommend taking a vibe coded app and then publish it right away. No, 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 no. You got to make sure you go through it, make sure everything's protected. You're not exposing API keys, your environment is secure. Okay, your API, your endpoints, everything's secure to your database. Make sure you don't get SQL injection and all sorts of craziness. So you have to be able, if you don't know how to do that, you got to give it to somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. Make sure they do a proper security and pen testing. Make sure they do a good security audit. Okay. And otherwise, you're asking for trouble. All right. I hope that answers your question. Shakti says, oh, aren't there like frameworks meant for extensions like WXT and Plasma? I'm trying to add the framework for my users, use TypeScript and add more, hopefully off payments. Um, yes, of course. I didn't really want to go that route, but probably my next project, I'll experiment a little bit because I wanted to stay within the Next.js ecosystem, and so far, yeah, so far so good. And the fact that this is attached to a web app. So as far as authentication is concerned, that is going to be handled on that end, and the extension will be authenticated uh, through that hook. All right. So I didn't really need to go through any of these other frameworks. I hope that makes sense. AJ Singh, I don't speak Hindi, but I'm sure what you're saying is Kia kare ho. What am I working on? What am I doing? What am I working on? Tell me if I got it right. I think Shakti speaks Hindi. Did I have the translation right? I think I've seen that phrase before, and I didn't even Google it, but I think that's what it means. Kia kareho, kia kareho. I'm probably butchering this shit right now. No problem, Yatin. Thanks, bro. Thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see people stopping by and engaging. AJ Singh, what I'm working on right now is an extension for a. Let me show it to you. It's an extension for a spam filter, an inbox spam filter that's basically AI powered, but also it's got a crowdsourcing feature where if I flag an email as spam and you use Guardian Inbox, everybody who uses Guardian Inbox will inherit that filter. All right, so that's pretty much something that even Gmail is not doing. Outlook, Microsoft 365, nobody's doing that yet. So I'm thinking of being, kind of break the mold a little bit. Oh, cool. Yeah, thanks, Shakti. Yeah, right. So Tamil is close to Hindi, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of maybe similar, or I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Kia Kareho is what are you doing or what are you working on? So I hope AJ got the got the message. I hope you can hear me. I hope you got your sound on, AJ. So, can we use N8N for background work like updating real time data and connecting secure Superbase for protection of data? I'm pretty sure you can. Um, yeah. Okay, so I think Shakti says no, not at all. So there are no similarities between Tamil and Hindi. That was, as a non, Tamil or Hindi speaker, I guess. Yeah, that my mistake. I thought they were similar. But yeah, cool. Can we use N8N for background works like update real-time data and connecting secure Superbase for protection of data? I believe you can through a webhook, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, you would have to ask ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to guide you to the right answer. I hope that helps. Yatin. Right. But Tamil is spoken. Tamil is spoken predominantly right in the south of India, where Hindi is popular predominantly in the north. Yeah, got you. Okay. That's amazing that the fact that it's pretty much it's the same people, right? But the language somehow got kind of like the language got sectioned into different um I guess different is it a different alphabet, different, it's entirely different. I'm not quite sure because I kind of recognize the Hindi characters, but I don't know if the Tamil characters are kind of like similar or stuff like that. But that's pretty cool. Right. I guess there were a lot of sub dialects, right? I guess it's the same. And it's the same all over the place, right? Where you have the main, I guess, language when you have some sort of uh, indigenous language or vernacular. I guess it's kind of like this. So how many sub languages are there in India? Because I know some places, some tribes in Africa, they have 40 plus different languages. Some places in Southeast Asia have multiple languages. For instance, Indonesia, I think they have a few. They have Bahasa Indonesia. Then they have, I believe, if you go to the island of Sumatra, it's a little different. If you go to Bali, it's a little different. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, languages forever, I guess, evolving. People have different accents. People use different dialects. And Shakti says in culture and a lot of messed up things as with like racism and yeah, exactly. The caste system is quite strong. Yeah, there's too many. Yeah. In fact, let me do a quick search right here as we speak to see how many languages are spoken in India. How many? Yeah, the, the caste system is quite strong. I guess it's probably going to take another a few generations to sort of eradicate that notion that a certain caste system is superior to another, and of course, there's colorism. There's all sorts of things, racism. Yeah, and I guess it's not really racism in India. I guess it's more like colorism and casteism. But yeah. So anyway, according to the internet, India has a vast linguistic diversity with 121 languages and 270 mother tongues. That is crazy. That's a lot. Did you hear that, Shakti? Right, I guess that makes sense. He says each state tend to have its own language. Okay. Or it's usually Hindi. I guess Hindi is the national language, the language probably of business, right? Government and stuff like that, government agencies. But yeah, so 121 languages and 270 mother tongues being spoken, while the Indian constitution recognizes 22 official languages. Okay, there you go. So even though these exist, but the constitution recognizes 22 official languages. All right, there are many more languages and dialects spoken throughout the country. Hindi is the most widely spoken language, followed by Bengali, Marathi, and Telugu. Yeah, there you go. That's crazy. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, it goes to show you how diverse people can be even within the same nation, within the same country. Then you have different cultures, different dialects, different. I'm pretty sure there's different food habits, also different cuisine, different people from different regions have their own specialties. They prefer certain foods over others. It's just pretty cool. And Shakti says some languages are forgotten. Tamil, okay, is regarded as the oldest living language. Okay, all right. Yep. Yeah, exactly. A lot of Bengali. So predominantly guys in Calcutta. What about up? I guess up north is predominant. Like you said, it's Hindi. Places like Pune, probably mostly in Hindi. Calcutta, definitely Bengali. And yeah, the drivers in Calcutta are next level. Guys are crisscrossing. They're roundabouts, no lights. Everybody's just full speed ahead. And then I didn't see a single accident. But one thing though, those dudes with their horns, all right, with the dee 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 dee. I mean, it's nonstop. I mean, buses, tuk-tuks and cars. Everybody's got their hands on the horn nonstop. It's kind of madness, bro. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, Calcutta is nice. But you know what my favorite place in India is? Goa. Goa is really nice. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So those dudes with the horns, crazy, next level. But then really good drivers though, because I didn't see a single accident. Even though a lot of places I didn't see traffic lights, but hey, no, not even a single traffic cop, nothing. Everybody navigates roundabouts, and it was crazy. It was a sight to see. That's just in India traffic in general. Okay, I thought it was just Calcutta. In fact, mind you, I saw that in Delhi as well. There was a lot of noise, but I spent more time in Calcutta. So you've been to Goa too? Nice. You've been to the old fort where you take the tour. You go up in the old castle, and then the beach is really nice. Yeah, Goa's beautiful. Yeah, all the funny thing is, although no one follows rules, but I was surprised. But I'm sure there are accidents, but I was expecting to see more accidents than that. Amidst the chaos, the chaotic driving and then the horns and stuff. Uh, People were pretty smooth with the driving. It's just the bus drivers, the tuk-tuks. Everybody was on their p's and q's. Know what I mean. Yeah, yeah. I've been to that one, the one with the lighthouse. I've been to a couple of other things, and there was one now I can't even remember the name of the place. There's a place where it's basically they have a not an ashram. What was it called? It's a place for people to go and meditate. You can go there and stay for weeks or months. They have a spa. They have a beautiful hotel. I can't remember the name of the place now, but it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Tito's Lane. That sounds familiar. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think I did. Yeah, Tito's Lane. And where else did I go? In fact, there's this one place that I stayed at. It's called. Yes, I did see some really old churches. We went through the old part of Goa, and yeah, I was given a tour and then see all the old school houses and a lot of churches and stuff. Yeah, really magnificent. Yeah, I actually went all over the place. I was up north and down south. And in fact, when I was there, because the south is where all you have all these tourists and all they have all these kind of like beach resorts. And at the time, it was the rainy season, so they were all shut down because it's seasonal anywhere in Goa. The rainy season, everything shuts down, and I guess the workers get shipped away, and then they board everything up. So I kind of experienced it during the rainy season, and I plan to go back actually to see it when it's not so freaking wet and rainy and stuff. Yeah, it's a good place. I guess that's where a lot of people, especially people from the big cities, go and hang out, right? To get away for the weekend or take a nice vacay. Right, right. Okay. So here's an interesting breakdown, cost breakdown. If I were to actually develop this, let's go back. All right, let's go back to number two. Let's close that. There you go. Cool. Okay, what? All right, Shakti says, yes, somewhere. The running joke is go to Goa and you can see so hot bikini girls. Well, in my case, all I saw was half naked dudes. Bro, you're not lying. Yeah, it is freaking true. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, man. It is freaking true because, uh, yeah. I mean, the um the ratio of dudes versus ladies was freaking 99 to 1. You know what I'm saying? You're lucky if you see one girl, and if you see her there, she's not wearing a bikini. She's just fully clothed, unless she's like a European chick. You know what I mean? And I think I probably saw like one or two European girls over there, but then even them, they were not wearing bikinis. You know why? Because the minute they wear bikinis, dudes be sitting around, dude be hovering around, just trying to, take a peek or even trying to sneak a picture of some sort. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. It's nuts. Yeah. So the landing page is coming along. It's missing a couple of things. The the little guy, the little mascot you see. This is our guy. This is the guardian. Okay, this is the inbox guardian. So this little guy here is going to be animated, and it's going to be animated. So there on the landing, he's going to appear here, and it's going to be a bunch of spam monsters trying to storm the castle, and he's going to kick their ass. So this is kind of like the sketch for the it's going to be on a loop. He fights these guys, and boom. So once we scroll, here we are. That's not the right pricing though. This is just a placement. I haven't worked out on the pricing yet. And of course, yeah, there's our little guy right here. And there we go. So let's take a look at this is the cost estimate, right? If I were to build this with a team, this is how much it would cost. Infrastructure, right? $1,500 a month. That's $1,500 a month for cloud services, super base and stuff. Development, that's 25K a month for 3 months, actually. 25K. Then security, that's audit, pen testing, etc. That's 5K. Okay, that's how much it costs to get your shit secure. Contingency, that's another 5K. For whatever for contingency, miscellaneous purposes, and then the total is 4,000, $40,000, 4K, guys. That's how much it would have cost for 3 months. Okay, to put this MVP together. This is real. Okay, so right now you can get a lot done for a lot less. Just a subscription to a couple of or one kick-ass AI coding assistant, and there you go. Less than a week, you could get your MVP going for way less than that. So these prices are no longer valid. $40,000, and trust me, I've worked with teams to build stuff, and I know how much it costs. I spent a lot of money in the past to put teams together, so it's kind of crazy. Right, Chuck, this is a really cool landing page. Thanks, man. Thanks. It's still a work in progress. And of course, there's going to be more, I got to optimize it. I got to make sure that the animation this is just a placement right now. So the animation is going to be a little bit more involved, but also I got to keep it light so I don't get penalized, for SEO and stuff. I got to keep the load time as low as possible. So I'll be experimenting with that. A big task at hand. Hey, happy Saturday. All is great, my friend. And for you, welcome back. It's always good to see familiar names, familiar faces. There you go, my brother. And Don DeMarco. All right. You get the Law and Order. And a round of applause for smashing the like button. You know what to do. Smash the like button. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. Right. So you see, infrastructure. It's kind of crazy. Just a few short years ago, this is how much it would have cost. Okay. This is how much it would have cost just to build the MVP, not to full-fledged, application. Thanks, bro. Much appreciated. All right. Let's give you another one. Don DeMarco. All right. So you see, this is what's possible now. And of course, I'm not saying this is the end all be all, okay? You still need, as I mentioned earlier, as we talked about earlier with my guy, Yatin, or Yatin. These builds are not meant for production. They're not production ready, okay? These are development builds, okay? These are just MVPs, just for you to showcase, all right? Just for you to showcase your work, whether it's, for VC or angel investor, or, if you're recruiting co-founders and whatnot. This is a good way to showcase your work. It's, but I'm able to spend this in a week, less than a week actually. And it cost me nowhere near $40,000. No freaking way. So this is where we are today. This is what's possible. This is, coding has been democratized, and you got to take advantage of it. That's my 2 cents. All right. So Shakti says, yeah, I'm happy starting to learn how to vibe code this year. Yes, this is the right time, bro. You're doing the right thing. Okay. And Big Ask at Hand says, has anyone ever told you that you sound like Al Pacino? All right, later, bro. Later, Shakti. It sound like Al Pacino. You, sir, are a bad guy. That's Al Pacino right there. You, sir, are right on the money. And right now, when our paths cross, I'm going to tell you one thing. All right? Okay? Big task at hand. Hey, you talking to me? No, that's you talking to me? No, that's Robert De Niro. No, you're the first one to tell me that, but I guess it's it's the suave voice, it's the gangster voice, it's the gravelly voice, I guess. But yeah, hey man, I'll take it. Al Pacino's a badass. Say hello to my little friend. Remember that? Come on now, good old Al. So yeah, so infrastructure, right? Of course, right now I'm developing locally, so I don't have to spend $1,500 a month to uh, to develop. I just spend a Docker, you know what I mean, containers, and then just develop locally. And when I need to deploy, I'm probably going to use Superbase or AWS or Vercel or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy that, bro. Yeah, you sir. Yeah, a hoo ha. Yeah, that's all right there. That's all every day, all day. So you see what I'm saying? You can get a lot of things done locally before you don't even. I mean, you're gonna have to spend a little bit of money. You know, whether your subscription through Windsurf or Cursor or Augment Code or Zen Code, whatever floats your boat, whatever you need to get, right? You can get a subscription. Something that's generous enough for you to be able to vibe code your ass off. Okay, and then once you get to a point where you have something, you got to be fixing a problem, a real world problem. That's what you got to look at, right? Because you could vibe code, whatever, a calendar or a to-do note or a calculator, but nobody's going to spend their money. You're not really solving a problem. If you want to experiment, right, and code just for fun, yeah, that's fine. And in fact, I encourage it because once you start getting your feet underneath you, by vibe coding, learn a stack. And once you start doing these things, right, and you start understanding that, hey, this works for me. And then once you develop a system, you just got to basically rinse and repeat. And that's what it's all about. Because otherwise, what are you gonna do? If you're gonna just spend money on API, on keys and stuff like that, but then there's no path to monetization, then yeah, you could do it. Might be a hobby, why not? But still, get involved. Vibe code. All right, big task at hand says this is a great insight on tech entrepreneur and development. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate that because this is the thing, right? What we're doing right now, next year is going to be something. It's going to be next level. Okay, we're going to go how many levels up? We're going to go. I'm not quite sure, but I know it's only going to get better. This is as bad as it's going to get. And as we progress, next year, 2 years, 3 years from now, things are going to change so rapidly. The big boys are going to shut us out. So the best thing to do is if you have a solution, if you have a solution to a real world problem, and at this particular point in time, what you got to do is get it done, get it out there as soon as possible, make a couple of $1 million and get out. Take that money and invest it because what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen. The big boys, the Microsofts, the Open AIs, the Amazons, what they're going to do, they're going to basically allow anybody to do anything they want, or whatever system you think you might create, they would have already created. So you would be dead in the water. Okay, it's kind of like the same thing that happened in China. China has what we call super apps. Okay, a super app, for instance, like WeChat. Within WeChat, you can pretty much do anything you can imagine. You can pay your rent, okay, through WeChat. You could pay your mortgage through WeChat. You could make bank transfers. You could pay for train tickets. You could pay for flight tickets. You could book hotels. You can buy a car. You can rent a car. You can go to 7-Eleven and buy a hot lunch. You pay through WeChat. And this is a chat app that's similar to WhatsApp. It's actually a clone of WhatsApp because WhatsApp doesn't really exist over there. But WeChat is that super app that you can pretty much do anything you can think of. So any developers who want to get into the market in China with some sort of sub app, it just doesn't exist because everybody uses that ecosystem. Okay. and then whether you have Alipay, you have their own pay system, you are served with that mega app, and it's pretty cool. I mean, I've used WeChat. It's pretty dope. I mean, there's so much you can do with it, and what I just enumerated, there's so much more you can actually do within the app. That's why they call it a super app. You can do anything you can think of. You can pay for your mortgage. You can pay your rent. It's crazy. It's amazing. This next level. China is already in the freaking 23rd century. All right. These guys are freaking advanced. Way ahead of the West. And that's no cap. Yeah, ladies and gents. So this is something that I had never tried before. GSAP, that was recommended by a friend, and yeah, I'm trying it. Okay, for animations, it's supposed to be pretty dope and lightweight, so we'll see how it goes. And I've got the the mobile app spun. So let me see right here. NPM start. All right, since we're running Expo, we're going to scan the QR code and spin the app. The A16 ounce YouTube channel did a presentation on super apps. Yeah, I don't think I saw it, but I'm not surprised because this is something that I mean you don't really see in the West, and there are multiple reasons for that. Because as you can see, they're always trying to break companies up because of antitrust laws, especially in America. You know, they try to break up Google at some point. They try to break up Apple. They try to break up Jeff Bezos because if you start getting too big, then yeah, you got to come down a peg. So what ends up happening is in China, it's a different story because nothing gets done without the involvement of the CCP, a Chinese Communist Party, the government. Okay, so and what the government says goes. So at the head of every company, especially these public companies, a member of the party has to sit on the board. Okay, so they definitely got to go ahead from the government to create such an app, and the government monitors everything like a hawk. You know what I mean? So because the government has a stake in the company, of course, they're going to make sure that it's above board. They're going to make sure that they get all the funding they want, they get all the access they want. So no freaking non-compete. There's a non-compete clause for everybody else, but not for WeChat, which is amazing. Yeah, monopoly. Because Again, remember, for a monopoly sort of situation, for instance, in the West, in America or UK or Canada or Australia, it's almost impossible, right? Because then the government will come in and basically cut your legs from underneath you, because a monopoly is it's anti-capitalist, so to speak. Because capitalism is, I mean, it's really fake capitalism, really, because even though the capitalist system exists, but it's not 100% enforced or adhered to, because you still have these sort of like situations where the government want to hold you accountable, where you cannot have a monopoly in certain sectors because they want you to compete with, they want competitors. But in China, what the government says goes. So if tomorrow the government says, hey, you whatever you're selling, okay, shut it down. All right, it's no longer valid. You're out. You can't protest. You can't call your lawyer. You got zero rights, my friend, and that's the truth. Yeah, you know, yeah, because he was getting too vocal for his own good. He was on CNN. He was at Davos. He was on all these freaking. Yeah, he just became too big for his own good. He was, and he started getting a little overzealous. Kind of like little jabs at the CCP. So yeah, he was recalled. It was like, hey, you got to get your ass back here. Let's go. Yeah, so he sat out. Yeah, he was benched. Well, yeah, like you said, he was benched for 3 years. It's like, for a while he was Michael Jordan, you know what I mean, or LeBron, and it was like, no, dude, no 3 pointers for you. All right, no assists, no game for you. Come back, 3 years. Remember the soup Nazi Seinfeld? No soup for you. Come back, 2 years. Yeah, man, they let him know real quick. So now he's back. Of course, he's more tamed. He's a little bit more subdued. You know what I mean? And he's got his talking points. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro. That's how it is. But mind you, I don't know if you've been to China, but China is probably one of the safest places in the world, and for good reason. Because first of all, you're monitored freaking 24/7, CCTV all over the place, and they cool. So and the thing is, when you look at the when you look at the population, right? What is it now? 1.2 billion or 1.4 billion, whatever it is, or 1 point, I don't know, 1.2. You gotta have some sort of, you know, yeah. You remember, right? Yeah. Where was that soup? The mulligatawny, and then and they happened to find the recipe in that old armoire they found on the sidewalk, and Elaine went back with the recipe: clam chowder, mulligatawny. Yeah, that was legend. Love that show. Yeah, I mean, China, the population is so massive. Where if the government wasn't so freaking strict, it'd be a fucking it'd be a fucking zoo over there. There'd be chaos. I'm not saying the system is perfect. I'm not saying, that's I would necessarily want to live under, the iron fist of the CCP party, but there are some good things, there are some perks. So here's the mobile app. Yeah. So the mobile app is up. We got, since now the backend is not connected, so the email page is basically failed to load email settings, failed to load settings. So, but it's all working. We are good. Test spam. We're good. So welcome to the stream, y'all. If you if you're vibe coding anything, let your guy know. What are you guys vibe coding out there? Remember, if you're on the vibe coding train, get it done. All right. Solve real problems in the real world. Make a bunch of cash. Exit and invest. Because in a few short years from now, this will all be gone. Because things are moving so fast. The big boys are going to take over, okay? The Chat GPT, the Open AIs, the Amazons, okay, the Microsofts. The big boys are going to take over. And it's the same thing that happened in a lot of apps, right? A lot of SaaS that were developed a few years ago, and you don't really hear a lot about SaaS development anymore because the big boys can, swooped in and literally render your apps obsolete. Let me tell you guys a little story, right? When the first iPhone dropped, I copped it. Okay, I had to get it. I waited months. There was a lot of freaking hoopla. Or yeah, when this shit drops, it's gonna be the best thing since sliced bread. I had to get my hands on it. I ended up paying like double the price it was worth so I can get it first. But guess what? That first iPhone didn't even have copy and paste. You can research this okay, if you've never if you've never seen one, if you've never used one. Okay, I had it. I had the first one. It didn't even have copy and paste. So so a couple, once the App Store dropped, there was this one, dude who basically was first to market. He decided, oh, okay, there's an opportunity. So he created an app. All the app did was it allowed you to copy text and paste it to another document. And remember, at the time, the iPhone didn't even have background application. You couldn't run your app in the background. Background processes. That was a thing that was, it was just a dream at the time. It wasn't. It didn't exist. So, um, if you had to copy text, all right, from one app and paste into another, once you copy the text and then you close that app and you go to the destination where you paste what you just copied, you can't go back to you couldn't go back to the previous uh, application. All right. So that guy, of course, he made some money. He made some bank. Okay. He made some loot. And then, of course, once Apple went ahead and integrated, copy and paste and cut and all that as a default feature, of course, this guy was kicked out. And the same kind of thing happened with Amazon. When Jeff Bezos started Amazon in his garage, he was basically selling secondhand books. As he grew, then he saw an opportunity that will allow people to sell their wares, you know what I mean, on the platform on Amazon. And once these, drop shippers and, Amazon FBA sellers started basically competing with Amazon's own inventory, what do you think Bezos did? Then he started getting a little bit more strict when it comes to what to list on the platform and how you can monetize the percentages and all that. Of course, then he killed a lot of a lot of sellers, a lot of vendors that were on the platform, and you can't fault him because remember, Jeff Bezos is not a sole proprietor, so he has shareholders to answer to. Therefore, who do you think he's going to prioritize? He's not going to prioritize the sellers on the platform. He's going to prioritize his own bottom line, and that's what ended up happening. So, in the beginning, Amazon was a great place to sell your stuff, for drop shipping, and then Amazon FBA and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, it's all about the bottom line, okay? They're not gonna prioritize you. They're gonna prioritize their pockets, and rightfully so, because like I said, they have shareholders to answer to. There's a board. They're shareholders. So what are you gonna do? All that to say, if you're gonna vibe code anything, any solution, make sure you're fixing or you're solving a real world problem, and make sure you market the hell out of it, you monetize it, okay? Make some cash and exit. Because 2 to 3 years from now, vibe coding is still going to be a thing, but it's going to be harder. It's going to get harder and harder to monetize your creations, your apps, your SaaS or whatever, your automation, your workflows. It's going to be harder and harder because it's gonna be basically standard. It's going to be incorporated into ChatGPT. You're going to be able to shop within ChatGPT. You're going to be able to automate your home within ChatGPT or Perplexity, whatever the big thing is going to be. So you gotta be really cognizant of the fact that things are moving at breakneck speed. Things are accelerating exponentially. And before you know it, you snooze or you blink, we're in the next phase because right now we are on the ground floor when it comes to AI. So a lot of experimenting is being done, and a lot of things are about to change. A lot of things are about to change, my friend. So you got to keep experimenting. Vibe code if that's what you do. Create real solutions for real world problems. Make a bunch of cash and exit. Invest your money. In fact, invest your money in with the big boys. If you could buy OpenAI stocks or Grok stocks, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. This is where it's going to go because these guys, they have the resources, they have the means to invest in infrastructure, They have the means to invest in research, to train an LLM because training an LLM is no joke. You need a lot of resources, you need a lot of money, a lot of GPUs, a lot of resources, my friend. So it is no joke. So now's the time to experiment. Now's the time, guys. So if you're out there, if you're listening, if you're vibe coding, if you're working on anything interesting, drop it in the chat or the voice channel is open on Discord. So come on in. If you're not shy, you want to talk to your guy, jump on the Discord server. There you go. The QR code is on the screen right now. Link is in the description as well. So come jump on the voice channel. Come and talk to your guy. Let's chop it up. Let's talk about AI, vibe coding, startups, and whatnot. And if you're new here, just smash the like button. All right, smash the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. Subscribe to the channel. We're on track to 300 subscribers, then we're gunning for 500 subscribers. We stand at 297 at the moment, so let's go. We need to bring up the count. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on. We got 8 likes. So by the time I get out of here today, we want to see 10 likes on the board. All right, we want to see 10 likes, and let's get to 300 subscribers. Let's get it. So as I was saying, things are about to change in a major way. And it's no longer the case when, the internet, where things were moving so slow that before you had any breakthroughs, right? You had to wait months, sometimes years, sometimes decades to have something that's noteworthy. But now, in the age of AI, it's almost on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. There's a new kid on the block. There's new LLM, new freaking benchmark. There's so much happening. It's pretty hard to keep track of all the happenings and the AI sphere. But I think it's a beautiful thing because things are moving exponentially. And therefore, you don't have time to waste and second guessing yourself or to get into a space where, well, you kind of half-ass about it. You got to go all in. You got to start creating. You got to start creating things again that, don't reinvent the wheel. Create things, solutions rather, that solve real world problems. And this is where the magic happens. If you can, for instance, take an app that's got pretty good track record, but it doesn't have an AI component that would, I'm not saying incorporate AI into any old app and you think it's going to be magic. No, it's got to make sense. Okay. Certain apps warrant that, certain apps don't. So you gotta do your research. You gotta look at the market and then see what the demand is. Okay, it's supply and demand, correct? So you gotta take an app and make it 10% better, 5% better, and get it in front of people. Just get it out there. All right. If it doesn't work, just next. Because right now you could spend MVPs within a day. Okay. This particular project that you see right here, it was spun in exactly 42 minutes. All right. And that's the landing page, the back end, and the mobile apps, iOS and Android, not fully, fleshed out. But the architecture was there, the scaffolding was there, everything was ready to go. Now all I had to do is basically work on the extensions. In fact, the extensions, that's what actually took the most time. The Chrome extension and the Firefox extension, these are the two things that actually took the most time. Everything else was pretty quick. 42 minutes. For real, 42 minutes. If you go back and watch the previous live where I did this, you see it's exactly 42 minutes. Things were up and running. Okay? So what I'm saying is you don't have to spend months anymore just to create an MVP. Okay? Like I was showing you guys earlier. Let's go back here. Like I was showing you guys earlier, right? And here, this is how much it would have cost. This is how much it would have cost not too long ago to get this MVP together. Infrastructure, $1,500 a month. Okay. Development, that's 25K for 3 months. Okay, with developers. Security, 5K. Basically, audit, pen testing, etc., etc. Contingency, 5K. Total, $40,000. 40K, guys. Now it just cost me a subscription. All right, to a couple of AI coding assistants, and that's pretty much it. And it took me a whole of 42 minutes to get it up and running. That's what's going on right now. Xbard. Xbard is in the chat. Welcome, brother. Round of applause for Xbard. It's always good to see familiar names in the chat. Let's get it done, DeMarco, for my guy, Xbard. Law and Order. All right, and something special for you. There you go. Welcome, bro. So Xbard says, Dave hadn't seen the code, just the chat. He has it now. All right, cool. That is good. That is good news. So how did the meeting go? Well, first of all, before we go into the meeting, did you get the procedure done? Not to get into details. How you feeling? I hope it was cool. I hope it was okay. I hope you're fine. And we got, who do we have here? We got a newcomer. All right, you know what to do. Neurofan. Okay. Neurofan. This is for you, my guy. Neurofan. Don DeMarco. Smash the like button. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on? And there you go. And another one. Yeah, with vibe coding. Smash the like button, Neurofan. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, just do so, because we're on track to 300 subscribers and we're gunning for 500 subscribers, my friend. So where was I? So I was saying, this is how much it would have cost not too long ago. This is how much it would have cost. Okay. Infrastructure, $1,500 a month. Okay, for cloud services, Superbase and whatnot. Development, 25K, 3 months with a couple of devs. Okay, front end, back end, full stack, designer, blah 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 blah. Okay, contingency, 5K, $40,000, 40K, just for, because remember, there are the front end. Okay, the landing page, the dashboard, the Chrome extension, Firefox extension, and Safari extension. So these are 5 different points of development. And 40K, this is how much it would have cost. All right. So we are doing good. All right. So Xbard. So no surgery, not too bad. A lot of pain. More X-rays on Wednesday, but I'm expecting to just tough it out as per usual. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, as long if there was no clean fracture, so that's a good sign, I guess. Even if the X-ray doesn't work, probably an MRI might be warranted to actually get a deeper picture, especially if you have a hairline fracture. Sometimes, X-rays are a little finicky like that. Maybe an MRI might be. Of course, I don't know what the situation is with what is it? Not Medicaid, but NHI or NOH, or what is it in Ireland? Okay, so meeting had to be put back. Okay, got you. Oh, I got you. Okay. Right. So in the meantime, I hope the pain is manageable, and I hope you got some pain meds to manage the pain adequately, because it's no fun. Oh, there you go. So that's yeah. Hey, you gotta love that. You know what I mean? Free healthcare. But is there a waiting list? I mean, is can you just make an appointment and then book with a technician to go get your MRI taken? That would be super dope if the waiting list is not too long. That's pretty cool. All right, cool. All right. So you're good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Because I know, when I had my partial rotator cuff tear, yeah, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun for a few months actually. Luckily, I didn't have to go through, I didn't have to go under the knife. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, fingers crossed. I hope you don't have to go through that. If it could be managed without, surgery, that would be yeah, super. All right, that's good. That's good to know. Yes, sir. Where am I in Africa at the moment? I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Kenya actually. Yeah, it's pretty cool out here. Have you have you been to the region? Have you traveled to Africa or anywhere in the region? Hey, we got a newcomer. We got a new name in the chat. Mycroft Dev. What's going on, bro? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here's a little welcome for you. So Don DeMarco. All right, here's another one right here. Hey, you know what to do. Smash the like button as I answer your question. Let me give you the law and order. That's the order of the day. There you go. So welcome, bro. Yeah. So you're getting into coding and the MVP plan. This is something that I usually do for every build, and you'll find that it saves you a lot of headaches when it comes to context. When it comes to the AI coding assistant, not um, not knowing what you're talking about if you switch, if you switch to a different chat. And of course, within context, if you exceed the context of the capability of the AI coding assistant, it doesn't really know what you just did, in the previous chat. So this MVP allows me to, for instance, if you see this right here, can you see that? I've just highlighted the progress tracking legend. So that allows me to keep track of everything that I do. All right. So here, as you can see, it says completed, in progress, not started, and blocked. Okay. So here, what I usually do, I break things down in phases. So usually, something that's very important as well is this. Let me show you. Let me go down and show you what exactly I'm talking about. This right here, get a tech stack. Once you have the tech stack, right, and you have your phases, phase one, phase two, whatever, how many phases it takes to spin the app. Usually you're systematic about it. So you got to tell the AI coding assistant, what do you want to use? Okay. For me, in this case, for this project, I know exactly going in what I want to use. So TypeScript for all code bases, React Native for the web implementation. This is what you're seeing right here. This is the web implementation. Okay. That's the landing page of the project that I'm working on right now. And I know there's a bit of a delay. Let's wait for it to change. I'm sure you could see it right now. There you go. That's the landing page. Let's get back to the MVP roadmap. And then here, once I know, okay, React Native, okay, Expo for the mobile application, because this has a mobile application as well, Android and iOS. Then GSAP for animations. This is something that I'm actually trying for the first time, to have how how your cards, everything kind of animates in and out, that type of stuff. Of course, Supabase for the backend and auth and Postgres SQL. This is, by the way, this is all running locally. I'm not connecting to Supabase on the web on their server. I spin I spin Docker, and from Docker I can push to Supabase or any other backend that I want to push to. And TensorFlow for spam detection. This is for the LLM that I'm actually going to be training. This is the hook to the LLM that I'm going to be training for a Guardian Inbox, which is a spam filter that's AI assisted, that also has a component with a crowdsourcing component. So anybody who uses the platform, if I flag an email as spam, everybody inherits that flag, provided that that flag is real, provided that I'm not the only one flagging it. If I'm the only one flagging it, the AI is going to be smart enough to put it in a bucket and monitor it. And I'm going to put a threshold. If 50 people, or maybe 12, maybe 10, I don't know yet. If more people flag that same email address as spam, then I flag it globally for everybody. So that's what you're looking at right now. I hope that answers your question, my good guy. So this is where we are at, Mycroft Dev. Yes. Okay, Xbard. Let's get back to okay. What's supposed to serve in Liberia with the UN, but on the day of the flight, the now ex-wife announced her pregnancy. Ooh, wow. Yeah, I guess that's a good thing. I guess you couldn't travel anymore because you had a little one on the way. So that's unfortunate. I guess then again, everything happened for a reason, right? Yeah, you're welcome, my guy, Mycroft Dev. You are most welcome. So when you start doing your thing, okay, when you start vibe coding, always start with an MVP, with the roadmap, with the phases. In fact, why don't you join the Discord, my guy? Join the Discord. Here's the QR code. Join the Discord server, and my tech stack is in there, and there's a couple of other things. So check it out. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. There's going to be lots more things coming up. All right. Lots more interesting things. So you can stay in the loop. All right. So hit the subscribe button. You already smashed the like. So it'll be much appreciated. Join the Discord server. And of course, we're on Twitter, X, TikTok. We have nothing posted yet, but I'll be doing some things there. Awesome. So for that reason, you get a there you go. That's for you, my guy. He subscribed and liked the stream. That's what I'm talking about. So thank you very much, my brother. So guys, this is where we are, okay? And you wanna vibe code, you wanna get products out there? Now's the time, okay? Because in a few short years, it's going to be virtually impossible to get anything done because the big boys are going to edge everybody out. They're going to take over, okay? So anything you can think of that you might want to create and put it behind a paywall, it's probably going to come standard, okay? Uh, Excellent. So Minecraft Dev is in the Discord server. Let me welcome you as well over here. You see, guys, wave. Hi, there you go. Welcome, bro. So you see, this is what's gonna happen, guys. What's gonna happen is the big boys are gonna render a lot of things obsolete. Okay, for instance, all the N8Ns and workflows and agents and stuff like that. Okay, all this is gonna come bundled in a lot of services like ChatGPT or Perplexity or Bard or Gemini. Okay, all these things are gonna be bundled within these platforms. Meaning, okay, with agents, you'll be able to basically search the internet, book concert tickets, book your flight, make reservations at a restaurant, you know, book a spa appointment, whatever it is, okay? You're going to be able to do a doctor's appointment. Everything's going to be under one umbrella. And even, I think, if I'm not mistaken, okay, if I'm not mistaken, Shopify, I believe there are talks that I don't know if it's rumors. I can't really, don't take this to the bank. All right, don't take it for cash. I don't know if how true it is, but the rumor is Shopify might be integrated into uh, such an LLM. I don't know yet. I'm just this is what I heard. Okay, don't take my word for it. Shopify might be integrated into ChatGPT. Therefore, if you're on the market for, I don't know, let's say a new snowboard, a new skateboard, or a new car, whatever, okay, or protein powder or creatine, or some swag for your workout, you won't even have to go to Google anymore. Google search is going to be dead. Okay, already Google search is 90+% down in their search volume for the first time in forever. So a lot of these capabilities are going to be built into um these LLMs. Okay, ChatGPT, Gemini, okay, Perplexity, DeepSeek, all of those. You're going to be able to log in and under one account, and you'll be able to do so many things that now um, anybody who's developing these solutions right now that are kind of like piecemeal, and you have an app here, another app there to do different things, that's going to be a thing of the past because all that is going to come under one subscription. It's not going to be free, okay? Because as it is now, ChatGPT has a free tier as well, but of course it's not the same as the $200 a month or the $1,200 to $20,000 package that they had floated at some point. It's not the same. It has much more capabilities, like Manus AI and all these other, platforms. A lot of things are going to be built in. Therefore, your little startup is going to be swallowed up by these guys. Nobody's going to subscribe to your startup, to your SaaS, or to your app because they're going to be able to access everything under one roof because the convenience is going to be such that you don't have to have 20,000 apps running on your phone. You could just do it under one freaking system. All right? And this is what I was saying earlier, and this is what you see in China, okay? In China with WeChat, this is what they call a super app, okay? WeChat as a super app, you can pretty much do anything, okay? You could buy train tickets, bus tickets, flight tickets, all right? Hotel reservations, restaurant reservations. You could pay at a restaurant. You could pay at the spa. You could pay at the convenience store. You could pay, okay? Anything you can actually pay for, you can use the app to do it. You can pay your rent, all right? You go to fill up your car at the gas station. You pay with WeChat. Okay, there's a QR code. Boom, you scan it, Keep it moving. And this is where we're heading, guys. And in fact, this has been happening. This is not a new thing. This has been happening for quite a number of years. I remember being in Japan a while back, and okay, Japan already had attendant-free convenience stores. All right, and we're talking about mid 2000s. Japan already had convenient stores that were attendant free, fully automated. Okay, you just go around, you grab your stuff, put it in a basket, and then things are being added to your shopping cart. And on your way out, you just scan it, and the money's deducted from your phone right away. Boom, you're good to go from your wallet. You're good to go. So this is not new. There's nothing new, guys. So things are, of course, now things are progressing rapidly, and what you're seeing is a manifestation of the Fibonacci sequence, where things accelerate at such a rate that things progress at such a rate that the two previous iterations, okay, will will equal the sum of the following iteration. For instance, what's happening now equals the sum of the two previous iterations. Let me break it down for you. The Fibonacci sequence dictates that, okay, if it goes like this: 1 plus 2 equals 3, all right? 3 plus 2 equals 5. You see what's going? We see where I'm going with this? 5 plus 2, 7. And then it goes like that exponentially. And it's the same thing that you see when you're looking at how, RAM is counted, or CPUs in terms of clocking, CPU clock and all that type of stuff, especially RAM. When you see, 8 gig, and it's 16, then it's 32, right? Then it just goes up exponentially. So this is where we are now, guys. The Fibonacci sequence is in action. So things are growing exponentially. So whatever's happening now will always will be the sum of the two previous iterations. Therefore, things are progressing super rapidly. So this is where we are, guys. This is what's happening. So now's the time. Now's the time to get your feet wet, get your hands dirty. Start coding. Okay? Start doing things that will put you in a better position, okay? To understand what's going on, you got to position yourself in the right light. When things shift, you would have familiarized yourself with the tools, or the current tools, because these tools are at their worst right now. This is as bad as it's going to get. It goes exponentially, gets exponentially better from here on out. Okay, so you have to place yourself in a position, whether it's either to become an authority in the field, or to at least be conversant when it comes to dealing with LLMs, okay, AI coding assistants, MCP servers, and so on and so forth. Just dive in, guys. Get your feet wet. Get your hands dirty. Once again, guys, in DOAI, we're here building in public, okay? So we are 9 likes, because remember, we got to get out of here with 10 likes at the end of the stream, and if possible, 300 subscribers. We are at 298, guys. 298. We're on the road to 300, and then the next milestone is 500 subscribers. Much appreciated if you come into the stream for the first time. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, do your guy a favor. We need 2 more subscribers to hit the 300 mark. It's going to be much appreciated, so we can grow the channel. We can bring you more value. And I got a big announcement coming soon for the Discord community, There's a lot of things coming up, okay? A lot of good things. So join the movement. We're going to make it active. We're going to make it reactive, okay? We're going to be proactive. And let's build, create solutions for real world problems right now. Because in a couple short years, all this will be gone because the big boys will take over. The open AIs, the Microsofts, okay, the XAIs, Grok, Perplexity, DeepSeek, Manus. They're going to take over because everything's going to be standardized, all right? Whatever we're doing now, they're going to incorporate them into their system, therefore shutting everybody else out. Believe me or not. Mark my words, okay? Come back to this episode 3 years from now and tell me what's happening. So as we build in public, we're here to share the knowledge. So if you have any questions, your guy is right here. Drop your questions in the chat, or the Discord voice channel is wide open. Nobody takes me up on it. I guess people are just shy. People don't want to talk to me. Jump on the Discord and holla at your guy. Talk to your guy. We need another like. We need to hit 10 likes before the end of this stream. All right, we're here for another 20 minutes or so. So I guess we have a little bit of time, right, to talk to your guy, to drop your questions about the build. All right, let me show you guys the landing page and the extension. Landing page plus extension. All right, landing page plus Chrome extension. That's what's on the screen right now. Let's get rid of the QR code so you get a better view. All right, so we are here. We're building in public. We're building real solutions, real world problems. So once again, if you have any questions, talk to your guy. Cool. Big task at hand. May I ask what your schedule for your live streams? Yeah, good question. As it is now, I try to go on around the same time daily. But in the beginning, it was kind of sporadic because there was not enough data on the back end to let me know when most of my viewers are online. So for the live streams right now, I try to keep it around because right now I've been on for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I try to go on daily around, let's say, 4 p.m. But it's been kind of sporadic lately. So today, for instance, I went on around 8:30 p.m. But I think I'm going to try to keep it around that time, let's say 8 p.m. And now that I have enough data, all right, from the back end, from the algorithm, I'm gonna try and actually keep it, schedule it for, let's say, 8 p.m. daily. I don't know if that works for you. Yeah, I might actually try to keep it at 4 p.m. It's between 4 and 8 p.m. That's when most of the subscribers and people who return to the channel are online, and I kind of want to have as much engagement as possible because there's a lot of dead time between the wee hours in the morning, you know what I mean, like 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. I used to actually do a lot more where I do 10, 12 hours. And I kind of notice also, right? During those times, there were hardly anybody, so there was not a lot of movement, a lot of engagement. And things start kind of getting interesting. For instance, on Sundays, uh, most viewers are on around 5 p.m. Okay, that's tomorrow. Monday, not a lot of movement. I said many people are online starting from, I guess, 3, 4 p.m. Tuesday, most people are online around 6 p.m. So it varies. Wednesday, most people are online again at 4. Thursday, 6 p.m. Friday, around 4. Saturday is kind of spotty. Most people are on around 8 p.m. So that's when I went on today, 8 p.m. And now, okay, then it's gonna be kind of dead. Like by 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. it's gonna be kind of dead. So I tend to keep it short, but also now it's just short updates. I don't really do long 10, 12 hour sessions anymore because all those apps have already been built. So I don't need to do these long sessions. Now it's just recap and kind of like updates and stuff. Yeah, I you retracted the message. I missed that message, bro. Yeah, Eastern time. What time is it for you now? Big task. What time is it where you're at? Yeah. Also, I'll definitely make it a point to schedule it. That way, it'll pop up for you, so you can know what time I'm going to be going on, and as well as posting it in the Discord server. And I got to get into the habit of posting it on X as well, so that way you know. Okay, you in NYC? All right, cool. So it's 5:30 p.m. right now, and I'm in East Africa time, so it's actually midnight. It's 5 minutes past midnight. Cool. So NYC, where are you in the city or where you at? You in the city? You in Manhattan? Yeah, I think I asked you that already. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So we're basically yeah, what 7 hour difference. And I guess that was daylight savings time, right? Daylight savings. Has daylight savings time? Because I hadn't experienced DST. in a while. So is daylight saving time in effect right now? I think it happens in no DST happens in April or May, and then the reverse happens in in the fall, right? October, November, I think. Yeah, so daylight savings time. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. But I'm traveling right now. All right, daylight savings time and NYC. Yeah, it happens in end of March and November. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. So it happens twice because you gotta advance 1 hour and then you lose an hour in November. So it's March. So it ends in March and then it starts in November. First Sunday in November. Yeah, man. Hey, New York. That's my old stomping grounds, bro. I'm from Brooklyn, but I ain't lived home in a long time. So traveling the world, bro. So what you working on, bro? What are you vibe coding something? All right, boys and girls. Yeah, it's all good, bro. So what are you working on right now? Are you vibe coding something or what are you doing? Nah, not quite. Um, I'm from across the bridge, bro. Representing BK. All right, cool. No, Python is a good um Python is a good entry point because remember, LLMs are trained with Python. So Python is actually a really good language to get your feet wet and to understand a lot of concepts when it comes to training LLMs and stuff like that. So that's a really good choice. That's pretty good. Yeah, Python is definitely the way to go, man. Python is A lot of people shit on Python because because it's too easy, blah 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 blah. But I always recommend, when people ask me what should I start with, Python is the way to go for sure. Are you learning online or what you doing? Yeah, for sure. Hey, man, that's the way to go. One step at a time. Baby steps. Once you learn the concepts, I guess it's like learning a new language. You know what I'm saying? Once you start learning a new language, you don't start full blown conversations right away. Using a book. Oh, that's old school right there. Nobody uses a book anymore. That's good. I appreciate that because then your retention level will be actually more than if you were watching a video, unless you're watching the video and coding at the same time. And as you read, you know what I mean? As you read the lesson, as you read through the lesson, then you can start putting things into practice. Because I think it's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is not by reading or watching or talking about it. It's just to actually do it. And once you get to a point you understand the concepts, the building blocks, that's pretty cool. Cool. Nice. Yeah, hey man, why don't you jump on the Discord right now? Talk to me, bro. Where you at? The voice. I guess you don't have Discord. Jump on the Discord, bro. Let's chop it up. Head first. Learn the code. This sounds familiar. Let me check it out. Yep, good point. Is that the book right here? Yeah, definitely. You got to get your hands dirty. You got to dig in. And once you understand the concept, just do it. Just keep doing it a couple of times. Just step away from it, go back to it, and in the end, that's how you kind of memorize things. Also, certain concepts. But now with AI assisted coding, it's even easier. Even if you mess up, you can always ask the AI coding assistant to kind of help you and explain certain concepts to you in the process, which is pretty cool. Cool. That's pretty cool, man. All right, it's pretty hefty. 641 pages. That was created 4 years ago. Right. Yeah, that's dope. Oh, that's pretty cool because it's going to accelerate your learning process because, by having, the AI to explain things to you, it's almost like having a tutor right there. It's almost like having your professor right there, right next to you to explain certain concepts to you, and, you know, you'll pick it up a lot faster. Do you know any other languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or is that the first language you're tackling? Is it the first one you've tackled? There you go. Here's the book. It's a PDF right here. Yeah, I don't remember this book. I mean, there are so many Python books out there anyway, so you can't know all of them. You know what I mean? Yep. Okay, test drive. Right, right. Okay, you got quizzes and stuff, crossword puzzles. These are all tests. All right, that's pretty dope. Okay, cool. The operator. Right, right. Yeah, this is pretty extensive, man. Yeah, it's a good book. It's a good book. You should dig in for sure. Yo, we got a newcomer. That's the frontal, right? Filming Yoha, facts. I like how AI adapts to your perspective intelligence. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because but in fact, artificial intelligence. I don't know how intelligent the artificial entity is because at the end of the day, it doesn't really. But not yet anyway. Um, it doesn't really seek knowledge that it hasn't been fed. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you got to think of it as a very smart library, you know, where you could retrieve data that it's been, trained on. But one of the major flaws of artificial intelligence is the fact that oftentimes it will not tell you, or rather, it's incapable of telling you, I don't know. All right. The AI sole goal is to provide you with an answer to any and every query. That's one of the major flaws. I think it'll be even better when the AI could actually say, you know what, dude, I don't know. Let's search for it. And that's not being done yet. So I can't wait for that to be implemented properly to say, you know what, I don't know. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for your benediction. Oh, that's so freaking formal, bro. Benediction, like I'm padre or something. I'm a priest. Benediction, benedict sanctum, whatever. Latin. I don't, my Latin is rusty right now. So yeah, you're welcome, bro. You're welcome. Big task. Yeah, definitely. Um, Tim Cook just recently made that statement that AI is not thinking, and he's right. And he should know because I know Apple's been working on something, but again, they haven't really entered the arena full force. They had made some announcements a while back, but nothing really materialized in terms of their own LLM, in terms of their own, infrastructure. We haven't really heard much of, of that. So, but he is absolutely right because, uh, you know, AI is not thinking. There's no thinking going on. It's just basically regurgitating what it's learned, and then the knowledge base is so vast that it has a hard time keeping track of past conversation. Of course, it's getting a lot easier right now, for previous conversations, context, So ChatGPT is getting a lot better at that, to manage because it takes a lot of freaking compute power to manage all that. You know what I mean? It's corporate America. Yeah, exactly. No, no, no. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't be sorry. It's just, my benediction. Yes, yes. Yes, my child. Yes. In the name of the Saint, the Holy Ghost, and the Spirit. Amen. All that kind of stuff. So you see, what I'm saying, this is how it goes, right? Uh, when it comes to these LLMs, when it comes to whether it's ChatGPT or Perplexity or you name it, all these AI assistants, let's call them that, all right? They they have a certain a certain level of parameters that they have to observe, right? When you, for instance, ask the AI a question, it doesn't really understand what you're saying, word for word. What it does is it works in context. It kind of knows this is okay. This is what I think. This is asking me this question. This is what I think it means. So let me find the closest solution to what I think this is. And this is why you have hallucinations sometimes, and things are not entirely up to scratch a lot of times, especially when it comes to coding and stuff, right? So what ends up happening is this: compute power. If you have your own LLM that you train, that you're hosting locally, and you train it for a specific use case, then it's a whole different ball game. You know what I mean? It's a whole different story. But if you're using things like ChatGPT, Perplexity, where thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people are hitting that particular server, therefore GPU, at the same time, which is where you get, things get throttled down and you get bumped off, and they tell you, all right, we're having issues. Please try again later. That type of stuff. So compute power is very important. Is very expensive, right? And again, I can't remember who was. I think it was Sam Altman, and he said something that's very interesting because as people, right, we observe certain habits. Okay, we carry with us certain habits. We observe certain cultural sort of like inclinations into the world of AI. Let me give you an example. This is what he says. He says, we're costing them a lot of money by doing things that we do in the real world and we carry over into the AI sphere. And it makes sense. For instance, he says, after every task, all right, you ask the AI assistant a question. After the task, what do most people do? Can you guys guess what do most people do? After a task has been completed, right? What what does the AI do? What does it do? Can you answer that? Can you put that in the chat? What do you think the AI does after it completed the task for you? What do most people do? Can you guess? I'm waiting. What does the AI assistant do after it completes a task successfully? I'm going to tell you. Most people say thanks, great job. Okay. What does the AI do? Okay. Nope, that's not the main thing. The main thing that happens all the time, most people, not what does the AI do, right? After you it completes the task, right? It just waits. If you use, for instance, Cursor or Augment, yes, it creates a memory. That's that actually doesn't require a lot of compute power because it's already in the cache. It already knows, okay, what it's going to do to save that locally or in the memory. But what do we do as a people? This is where it costs OpenAI, any other, whether it's DeepSeek or OpenAI, it costs them a lot of money in compute power because what we take with us from the real world into the AI sphere is our politeness. What do? We say thank you or great job. Thanks, bud. Thank you, buddy. Okay. Awesome job. Amazing. And every time you thank the AI for a job well done, guess what has to happen? It has to now go back, hit the server again, use tokens, use compute power to actually generate an answer for you. Then it'll tell you, yeah, thank you for the encouragement, blah, blah, blah. And it'll go on and give you a summary of what it did. So just that alone, remember, if that's happening, not just you that's doing it, everybody's doing it because we take our real world sort of like inclinations when it comes to thanking people. You know what I mean? I mean, it's been ingrained in us. You know what I mean? You walk out of the mall and there's somebody coming behind you. What do? You know, you hold the door for them. They say thank you. They hold the door for you. You say thank you. Right? You're rushing to get into the elevator because you're going to be late for your meeting. What happens? Somebody hold it, open the elevator door for you. What do you say? You say thank you. So we kind of get into the same mindset when it comes to the AI. And what we don't realize is every time you do that, okay, it's costing in compute power. Therefore, in fact, when I heard Sam Altman say that, I stopped. I stopped being polite because the AI doesn't have feelings. It doesn't have memory per se. It's artificial, so it's not real. It has no feelings. And at the end of the day, it's kind of like counterintuitive, right? At first, when now after I stop thanking the coding assistant after every task, right? At first, it felt weird because we've been basically just trained and not really brainwashed. That's too strong of a term. We've been trained to be conscientious. We've been trained to be polite. We've been trained to be courteous, and we take that with us. You see what I'm saying? So if you guys are vibe coding, try not to hit the LLM with the thank you after every task. Imagine if you have a session, right? If you sit down to code for a couple hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, you know how many times you're gonna say thank you after every successful task? You know how many times it's gonna have to hit the server, compute power, hit the GPU, spend your tokens. Okay, that's another thing. Again, economically, it costs you because now you're paying for the tokens, but it also costs the server that hosts the LLM, right? Whether it's OpenAI, whether it's freaking Grok, whether it's Perplexity or DeepSeek, it costs them a lot of money as well. Every time the AI hits the freaking GPU, it's a lot of money. Therefore, the moral of the story is, stop, try not to be too polite with the LLM because you won't hurt its feelings. I hope that makes sense. All right, boys and girls, guess what? We got 300 freaking subscribers. A cause for a celebration, right? There you go. 300. Who's the 300th? Was it you? No, big task. You already subscribed, so I know it's not you. Was it Philman Yoha? Are you the 300th subscriber? Much appreciated. All right. Yeah. That's awesome, guys. 300 subscribers. Thank you very much. I'm so excited, guys. I mean, it doesn't seem like much, but because a lot of guys have millions and millions of subscribers, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But this is a milestone. 300 now. We're gunning for 500 subscribers. Let's go. All right. So Philman says, when it gains emotional intelligence, I might be spared. Taking advantage of the level free weekend. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, no, no, definitely. Because once hey, there you go. This is awesome, man. Fireworks, baby. Yeah, thanks, big task. Definitely, dun dun. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dun DeMarco. Yes. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, no, definitely. So when it becomes sentient, then it won't come after you. I know I'm gonna be in their crosshairs because they're gonna come after me because I cursed them out. All right, I go full on freaking, you know, I call them names. I can't help it sometimes. In between tasks, I mean, if they mess up. But yeah, it's all good. So taking advantage of the Lovable free weekend. Yeah, I don't really mess with Lovable that much. What I like to do with Lovable is basically spin things up, like get it to a scaffolding sort of situation where I build the basic structure, download it, and then work locally with it. Okay, so no, this is great, and 500 will come in no time. Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, thanks for the encouragement. We're fingers crossed, and we're gonna keep doing the thing, and we'll bring more people to the stream. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I won't be nice when it takes my job. Yeah, I know. Cause listen, they're coming for us, man. They're coming for our jobs. But you got to put yourself in a position where you become a creator, where you become the brains behind it. Of course, let them do the heavy lifting. You know what I mean? This is what's happening now, where you could spin a full app within minutes, but it can't do it by itself. Not yet, anyway. But make sure you're the creative brains behind the whole operation. Yeah. Okay, only you use it for website design to use Yeah, there you go. That's the perfect use case right there. So free AI money. All right. Uh, Let me give you your props. Welcome to the stream. Law and order. You know what the order of the day is? Smash the like button, brother. Smash the like button. We just reached 300 subscribers just now, and we need 10 likes. Yeah, no, definitely. I hear you, man. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Um yeah, for that's the perfect use case right there. You know what I mean? You get it. You get the get the heavy lifting done. Create your structure, create your landing page, create your different structures. Your different pages, and then download it. But again, I'm an augment code evangelist. You know what I mean? I've been talking about these guys since they launched it. And a lot of guys, I mean, do you work for them? I'm not an affiliate. I don't work for them. Nothing. But it's by far the best AI coding assistant that I've ever used. The context window is amazing. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Don't get me wrong. It'll mess up. Okay, but the fact that it indexes your code, it knows the code base in and out, and it knows. You don't have to point it to certain files. If you tell it to change this right here, it knows if I change this, that I got to change three, four, five other files in the back end. You know what I mean? So it does it for you automatically, which is perfect. right now. Cursor doesn't do that. Windsurf doesn't do that. Nobody does that. You know what I'm saying? All right. Free AI Money says working on my own SaaS just before this, then took a break. Awesome, man. Are you vibe coding? Are you building in public, or are you just doing this behind closed doors, behind the curtain? Yeah, boys and girls, we're at 302 subscribers already, and I was celebrating 300. Now we're already at 302. Amazing. 11 likes. That's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There you go. And a round of applause. Yo, yeah. Free AI money. The Discord channel is open. The voice channel. Hit the Discord server, and if you can, yeah, jump on. Come and talk to me. So let's chop it up. Here's a QR code right now, just right on the screen, or the link is in the description. So jump on the Discord server. The voice channel is open, so come and talk to your guy. 302 subscribers, guys. Hey, listen, things are looking up. 11 likes, 128 views so far for today. So we are good. Yeah. So what's your sass about? Free AI money. What is your sass? What are you working on, bro? All right, we got somebody. Somebody just landed. Is it Telly one or Telly first? Welcome, bro. Welcome to the Discord server. All right, guys. Feel free to come and talk to your guy. We are building in public. Let's get back to Guardian Inbox. All right, cool. So that's your SaaS. Add instant chat interface to any end-to-end workflow in seconds. Highly customizable. Can use voice to chat in. Okay, interact with automation end-to-end agent. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, that sounds like something I could use. That's dope. That's what's up. The funny thing is, I mean, the saying, necessity is the mother of all invention, and that's true. If you can solve a problem, a personal problem, and it removes a lot of friction when it comes to your workflow or your daily. what ends up happening is, most likely you're not the only person, you're not the only one experiencing such friction or such, strife when it comes to, workflow or a process. So if you solve a problem, most likely somebody else would have had the same problem. That's awesome, man. Yeah, exactly. That is dope. So when are you launching? Are you in MVP status yet, or are you just you getting it off the ground, so to speak? All right, cool. So the the app is working, but I'm having issues with the back end. Let's check it out. Uh, Mobile app is all right. So error fetching settings. Okay, yeah, it's just a server. All right, the server's not running, so no biggie. We are good. That's pretty dope. So who else is building? Who else is leveraging the power of AI to build dope stuff? Remember what I was talking about earlier, okay? Cool. Out to the people and go live. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's pretty much done. Getting tested this week. Okay, been tested a bunch, of course, but always good. Yeah, for real use. Then while that's going on, warm up. All right, cool. Social media. Yep, definitely communicate. So no, definitely, man. So yeah. Are you on X? Of course, I got. I'm gonna check you out, give you a follow, and of course, let me check your uh, let me check your YouTube channel. All right, so you got a few videos. That's good. That's good. Of course, you get a sub. Boom. All right, subbed. I'll definitely give you a follow if you want X. Drop your X right here. Okay, out to the people. Got to go. Yep, yep, yep. Ronaldo. Yo, yo. Yeah, well, oh, cool. All right, definitely. I'm gonna hit you up on TikTok. Definitely. Not Ronaldo. No, man. The big reveal is coming up. All right. So no, I'm not an AI. I'm not an LLM. I'm human. Okay. I'm a human in the flesh. All right. So yeah. So there's a method to the madness. All right. There's a method to the madness. The reason you see this right now, the big reveal is coming up. Yo. Yeah. For real. For real. But yeah. I mean, hey, I've been accused of being AI generated before. For different reasons, though. For different reasons because I used to train martial arts. I used to train Muay Thai a lot, and at some point I was like I was super ripped, right? And my one of my account photos was like just me. That was right before a photo shoot, so I was super jacked. I was super ripped, and I was accused and said, "Yo, that ain't you. This is just AI, bro." I'm like, bro, this is before AI. All right, so I couldn't be. Well, you could have fed it to AI, and I'm like, nah, dude. So I'm like, all right, cool. I don't know if I should be offended or freaking proud, but so it's not the first time I got accused of being artificial intelligence. Are you actually real or generated with video or VO3? No, actually, no. This is generated with VO3. You see what you seeing right here? My landing page. I've been experimenting with it a little bit. So this is you probably see the watermark down here. Let me show you real quick. So the watermark is down here, VO3. Now in the flesh, baby, all good. Um, yeah, come back for the big reveal. You'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I am flesh and bone. Yeah. So as I was saying, now's the time, fellas. Now's the time to build and build and build and build. Because in a few short years, like I said, the big boys are going to take over. The big boys basically is just everything's going to be under the hood. And whatever SaaS project you're working on, whatever kind of, you know, app you're working on, they'll kind of be available under the same umbrella like OpenAI, ChatGPT, Perplexity, that stuff. You'll be able to shop right from there, like a super app, like a super app like WeChat in China. It's kind of like the same concept where you'll be able to do anything and everything, automation, agentic work, agents and stuff like that. That's for sure. Are you actually real or generated? Okay, I saw that already. Oh my God, there's no way my stream was 40 minutes behind because I joined back then. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's probably what happened. Okay, I was like, why is he talking about something else? Right now. Okay, free. So right now it's a gold mine. Take advantage now. Micro SaaS are selling like, yep, yeah, like hotcakes, man, like freaking hot potatoes, and definitely. So yeah, so Ronaldo, there lies the discrepancy. So you see, I am real. So let me show you. Right, this is the app. Yeah. No, definitely. Now's the time. I don't know if you guys are familiar with, WeChat in China. It's the same concept. At some point, you had a lot of, micro SaaS kind of things. Different apps to do different things. And once WeChat basically consolidated everything and had everything under the same umbrella, where you could pay your rent, you can buy a car, you could, go to the convenience store, buy drinks, book a flight. You know what I mean? Pay for your train ticket. Uh, Public transportation, public transit, anything and everything you can pay with that app will do it for you. You could book a cab, you could book, I guess the version of Uber, because Uber is not over there. So so all that, this is what's in store for us. You'll be able to shop, let's say Amazon. You'll be able to basically, you don't have to go to Amazon.com, or it'll all be under the same umbrella. Were you inside ChatGPT? You tell your agent, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Okay. Go to, I don't know if you're looking for a new microphone or whatever, or a new camera. Actually, go to a B&H. All right. Price. Go to freaking Amazon. Go to, who else? What else I'm missing? B&H, Amazon. What's the other? Adorama. You know what I mean? Go gather the prices. I want a Sony FX3 and let's say 18 to 35 Sigma lens. Find me the best price, and once you find it, get back to me. Or here's a credit card number, or here's a wallet, crypto wallet or whatever, or a web wallet, whatever. If you don't want to use your credit card openly like that, and then buy it. Basically, the agent will go buy it for you. Get the shipping address right, and boom, done. And this is where we're going. You won't even be able to talk to a human anymore. Just like, hey, go, agents, just go. Here's a task. Go ahead. You hate B&H. Why, bro? Hate is a strong word. What happened? I'm sure there's a story behind that. What's the B&H story? What happened? See, that's foul. That's foul. Was it a camera or an instrument? What did you buy? Yeah, they probably sold you, a floor model, or maybe somebody left it there on consignment, and then they figure it was in pretty good condition. But yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not cool. You pay for something, you pay, full ticket price. You expect, to be the first one to unwrap it and to remove that nice little, sticker, to remove that nice, screen protector, whatever it is. I'd be pissed off too. I'd be super pissed. So what happened? Did you get your money back? How did you resolve the situation? Yeah, that sucks. So what kind of amp? Was it a guitar amp, bass amp? Yeah, probably. Yeah, there's probably a picture of you on the wall right now with a big cross, like Ghostbusters. You know what I mean? Like, do not allow, or with a big X. It's like, don't let this dude back in here, because we did him wrong, but we still gonna ban him. Oh, okay, it's for a home stereo system. Okay, I thought it was a guitar amp or a bass amp or something. But still, I mean, there's no excuse. You know what I mean? That's dishonest. All right. It could have been like, hey, listen, man, we're out of stock. We have a floor model or we have one on assignment. We're gonna sell it to you at a reduced price. Then, in this case, then you have the choice. You could either say, all right, yeah. What's the rebate? You know what I mean? All right, you can get it for at 70%. You know what I mean? 20, 30% off or whatever. But if they pass it off as brand new and then they, full ticket price, yeah, you could have reported them to the Better Bureau business. You know what I mean? The BBB. And because yeah, the cops wouldn't do anything anyway. That's a civil matter. or a business matter, you could have reported them to the Better Business Bureau, with proof. Then they would have gotten fined, or I mean, it's a lengthy process. Nobody got time to be chasing litigation and stuff like that. But just the fact that you brought it up and then they conceded, gave you a full refund, which is pretty good. But then once you open a file with the Better Business Bureau, yeah, they're on them. They're just basically gonna get to the bottom of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a big task. Says I couldn't believe that they did that. I remember always hearing about B&H since I was a kid, and so finally I was able to go and make a purchase, only to have that experience was awful. Yeah, definitely, because you you kind of want to, and again, you're supporting them. You know what I mean? Because B&H is an institution. You know what I mean? Anybody who's ever purchased any kind of equipment, and the uh, not just in the city, but even in Brooklyn, you know all the boroughs, Queens, even everybody from around, from Staten Island, from all over the place, Jersey, come and buy stuff for B&H because B&H is it's an institution. It's been around forever. You know what I mean? So for them to do that, that's crappy. That's just not cool. Yeah. Uh, Jamie Cooper, welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I got to give you your props. As customary, when anybody enters the stream, you got to get your props. And you know what's low in order? So the thing is, yeah, 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 smash the like button like you mean it. Much appreciated. So Jamie Cooper asked me, I'm curious, are you a pretty skilled developer or just cursor to speed things up? Um, I would say I'm moderately skilled. And Cursor, and not just Cursor, actually, I'm using Cursor now, but I hadn't used Cursor in a while. And I use it to speed things up, to get things moving faster. And when it comes to putting MVPs together, it's a good booster, you know what I mean, to get things uh, spun pretty quickly. But my tool of choice is mostly VS Code and Augment. And if you haven't heard of Augment, do yourself a favor, just go and check them out. And full disclosure, I don't work for them. I'm not an affiliate, nothing like that. But I just love the tool. It's one of the best that I've used so far. It's really, really, it's got really great context. Okay, it understands your code base and it's built specifically for large code bases. There's a 14-day trial going on. So download it, do yourself a favor, download it, install it as an extension in VS Code, and check it out. And let me know how it goes. Let me know how you feel about it. Yes, sir. So Jamie Cooper, JC. Yeah. JC in the chat, y'all. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Cool. Then hit the Discord server. Just keep in touch, all right? Because there's going to be a lot of new things happening in the Discord server. I think we're about 100 just strong right now, and the community's growing. So there's going to be a lot of good things coming up. All right, check us out. Awesome. Yeah. So, big task at hand. What say you? What are you working on? Are you building anything? You laugh at me because I know I asked you that 1,000 times already. I mean, right now, what are you working on? What are you building? What's the word? What's the 411? What's the haps? Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, that's good. Start building. I'm sure you have a bunch of ideas. You know what I mean? Just get your ideas together and then kind of try to vet them. Go to subreddits and see what people are talking about, and then take something that solves a real problem in the real world, and then start building. Don't wait. Yeah, big task at hand. Yeah, big task. Yeah, man. So start building, bro. There you go. Yeah, hey, man. The thing is, the the old way of doing things. You know what I mean? You go for a CS degree, computer science degree. Then you go for an internship. Then you might get recruited for, by a big company or whatnot. But those days are pretty much on the way out. It still happens. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? But it shouldn't be your sole goal. You know what I mean? At this point, entrepreneurship and building solutions. This is where it's headed. So you see what's happening in the states right now. In terms of employment, in terms of especially if you're not a Native American, or if you're not a citizen, it's going to be a lot harder for you to actually land a good job in the country right now. Maybe maybe when dudes out of office, things will kind of go back to normal. But I don't think it'll ever go back to normal because things have been, irreparable damage has been done, and that's where we are. But what you said in this live stream really hit home, and I know that I have to accelerate the process. Yes, and you know, I'm not gonna say unfortunately, but fortunately, right? Tools are getting more and more accessible because remember, not that long ago, like I said earlier, not too long ago, it would have cost me $40,000 to build this. And trust me, I know. I've put teams together back in the day. I've put teams together in Pune, India. I put teams together in Calcutta, India, to build, stuff for me. Of course, myself being the lead, and it was expensive. It was super expensive. And both times, well, the first time I didn't really lose that much money, but the second time I lost a whole bunch of money because when you're paying a team of 20, 25, to work on a project, it is not cheap. It was more affordable than if I were to pay a team in the States to do it. You know what I mean? But even though it was being done at a fraction of the cost, you still need a lot of developers. You needed a lot of developers to do certain things back in the day. But now I'm able to span all these things by myself. I'm still going to need co founders, you know what I mean, to do a bunch of the stuff. For instance, the backhand, which is not my strong suit, but also not the fact that it's not my strong suit, but also I want to be able to plug all the holes. I want to be able to do some pen testing, to do audit, security audit, and all that type of stuff, and make sure the back end, which is why I don't code the back end live, because there are people lurking in the shadows, lurking literally in the shadows to for you expose API keys and define basically security holes to exploit your project, especially if you're gonna put a paywall. So you want to be able to protect your users' privacy, credit information, you know what I mean, credit card information, and all that type of stuff. So, which is why it's very important to, even though you're gonna do this, okay, you vibe code your stuff. Make sure the code is sound. Make sure your middleware is sound. Make sure that there's no possibility of having an SQL injection into your code to wreak havoc. It's not going to be 100% secure. Nothing is 100% secure. Google gets hacked. Okay, the Pentagon gets hacked, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? Everybody gets hacked. It's just a matter of when, not if. It's just a matter of when. That means you got to be ready to put out the fires when the day comes. So you got to be smart. You got to code. I'm building in public, so everything's wide open. People see my code. I've had a couple of attempts, guys who try to hack into my shit, right? But the fact that nothing's live yet, everything's being basically developed locally. My backend, I Dockerize everything, do everything locally, and then when I'll deploy, I won't be so vocal about it. Deploy whether on Superbase or AWS, Firebase, Vercel, whatever. So everything will be tested thoroughly before I put anything live, and then this is what you got to do. All right, so big task at hand says, I was just live. Okay, boom, I saw that already. I'm not learning. Da, 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 da. But what you said, I saw that. Okay, it's about to be scary, it's about to be scary hours in this country, especially in New York City. Yeah. The people lurking in the shadows scare me. Yeah, but also remember, don't let them scare you. Don't let them push you into the gallows or into the basement. Just get out there, do your thing. You know what I mean? Don't be scared. Don't let them scare you. The only thing you got to be cognizant of, make sure you don't expose your API keys, and make sure you follow the right sort of um, the right processes, the right roadmap. And of course, now the fact that you're in the Discord, so there'll be um, more tutorials. You know what I mean? More there'll be a couple of things that some hackathons, and then some some sort of like step by step best practices, how to vibe code and then remain safe. So I'll be doing a series on that soon. All right, so stay tuned. Yeah, definitely, it's about to get scary because now, I mean, LA is jumping off. LA is just been crazy. Coast guards have been deployed, and freaking this is unprecedented. This is just crazy. And of course, New York was a sanctuary city. Of course, he's going to attack New York last. Sanctuary cities are in his crosshairs, and and the fact that like I said, we weren't going to talk politics on this channel or on this live stream, but I do understand you. You know what I mean? It's about to get crazy, and I know I brought it up, but make sure when shit start jumping off that you stay safe. All right, don't get caught in their crosshair because they're shooting rubber bullets and stuff like that. People are getting injured, people are getting arrested, tear gas and shit like that. So make sure you're safe. All right. So yeah, the people lurking in the shadows, don't let them scare you. Yeah, they'll try. Just make sure you keep your stuff, especially your API keys. Make sure you keep them safe, and just let them lurk. Let them lurk in the shadows, and let them remain in the shadows. God dang it! Yeah, this is so dope, guys. 302 subscribers. So we reached that milestone. I thought we were gonna get off at guess what? We're at 303 now. 303 subscribers, guys. I guess the algorithm is liking what's going on right now. So it won't be long. We're on track to 500 subscribers, guys. We're on track to 500. So let's go. Let's go, y'all. 303. And we started the stream at 297. Right? We started at 297, so we gained 6 subscribers in the past 4.5 hours. Super dope. Super duper dope. For that, we need a round of applause for all the subscribers. That was for all the homies, all the subscribers, all the homies and the homettes. That's an old school saying right there. Nobody says that anymore. The homies and the homettes. That's old school. That's from the 90s and stuff. For all my peeps, I appreciate you all. And for those of you hanging out in the chat, all right, big task at hand. We got Ronaldo. We got who else? We got Jamie Cooper, JC. All right. We got Free AI Money. That's pretty cool. Filming Yoha. Yes, yes, y'all. Yeah. Okay, we got somebody in the Discord server. Taha, what's going on, bro? You are muted. You got any questions for me? Go ahead. Talk to me. I see you keep popping on and off. You keep popping in and out, but you don't really say anything. So what's up with you, bro? Are you lurking in the shadows, or you don't have a mic? Well, you should have a mic, especially if you're on your mobile device. You should definitely have a mic. So if you can hear me, Taha, unmute yourself. Because this is the third or fourth time that you popped in and out in the voice channel, yet you remained mute. Are you lurking in the shadows, or are you just shy? You do not want to speak with your guy. What's going on? What's up with you, Taha? I hope I'm pronouncing it right. It's Taha. So Taha. So Taha, talk to me. You're still muted. What's up with you? Yeah, Taha is lurking in the shadows, y'all. And there he goes. This one is just a comedy. Yo, if he keeps doing this, I'm probably gonna have to freaking put him in timeout, or just basically block him from the server. Or maybe he's got technical issues. I don't know. I don't want to be too quick to, ban anybody from the community. But at the same time, even if you can't talk, you could just type a message. You know what I mean? Stop lurking. Stop lurking in the shadows. All right? So, what do we do now? Let me show you guys a little bit of the dashboard. So here's the dashboard, folks. The main thing that remains to be done is this right here. Let me navigate to it so I can show you guys. All right. So this is gonna be the main the brains behind the whole operation when it comes to Guardian Inbox spam filter solution. So this is going to be where we will train, okay, the LLM for accuracy. All right. So we'll see things like the model accuracy. Of course, we're going to have to keep it into a high percentile to make sure that it's in the high 90s, you know what I mean? For instance, 97.8. This is excellent. So the accuracy, how when it flags an email as spam, we don't want too many false positives, too many false flags. So this is why this is very important. Then training data, so we're going to have to train it through a large number of emails, especially email lists that actually archive or aggregate well-known spam networks, okay, and spammers. So this is what this is for. So this is sort of like the database, the knowledge base, where we're going to train the LLM with. So processing speed, of course, we got to keep it as low as possible. This is 3 milliseconds. This is excellent. Okay, this is the average. Then we have the model version. As we train, of course, we're going to implement an incremental version number. So this is what this is all about. So here, once we say, okay, we updated the list of spammers and stuff like that, we can retrain the model, and you'll see it'll retrain, and then boom, model, boom. We have a pop-up right here to tell us what's going on, to indicate what the hell's going on. And here again, model status, accuracy, training data, block list size rather, and then the indicator here, active or inactive. So model performance metrics, precision, we'll keep it high. Recall, okay. F1 score and false positive. We're always going to try to go below 1. And of course, as you can see here, training history. So this is where the versions will be cataloged. So you can see version 2.1, 2.12, 2.13, okay, 2.14, etc., with the date and accuracy, right? So we could go back and retrain certain things if, right? Because it's all about distillation. You got to distill the model, and if it messes up, then you got to go back and train it. Because if you don't retrain it when it messes up, what's going to happen is going to basically inherit the mistakes. And the mistakes is not going to be, they're going to be exponentially worse as you pile on more training data. So before you pile on additional training data, you got to make sure you go back. You retrain, okay, you correct the mistake, you retrain the LLM, make sure the accuracy level goes up or remains constant. If it goes down, if it dips, then you got to go back and retrain it. There's an error somewhere, so you got to go back and retrain it. So we see training data. So we look at the block sizes. For instance, here this was a small one, so we got a 950K, 1 million, 1.1, 1.2. Of course, all that will be here, and we'll see the active, the current, right, version will be active, and then those will be archived. But we can always go back, okay, retrace our steps, go back. For instance, here you see it's 96.1. Then you see what's happening over here. It goes 96.8, 97.2, 97.8. So we're going incrementally, we're getting incrementally better and better. But if it was a case where here it was 2.1.1, it was 96.1, and then 2.1.2, it's 95.7, then we know there's a problem. The accuracy is wrong. So we got to go back and retrain, retrace our steps and retrain from that step. Okay? So that's very important. So this is pretty much the brains of the operations. Okay? And we are going to train the model before we actually launch. Right now, we haven't actually trained the model yet. All that's going to be done offline, as I mentioned earlier, because of people lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to slip, so they can cop an API key or whatnot. You get sloppy, then it's bound to happen. So you got to stay vigilant. So that's pretty much what you're looking at right now. The machine learning model training, the LLM, the large language model. I don't know how large the model is going to be, but we're going to train it for this specific use case. Also, we don't have to keep spending a bunch of tokens once we start scaling up. Alrighty. Well, I think this stream is coming to a close. We are winding down, and I want to thank everybody for hanging out on this stream. And we got 303 subscribers from 297 at the beginning of the stream. You are very much appreciated, all of you who subscribed on this stream and who liked the stream. The goal is to get out of here with 300 subscribers and 10 likes. We're at 11 likes and 303 subscribers. I am elated. I am happy. And for that, I'm going to drop the bomb for you guys. There you go. Boom. That was the bomb. Again, thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Don DeMarco. Yes, sir. Round of applause. Yeah. All right, guys, so I'm going to call it. So if you have any last minute questions or ask me, now's the time. Otherwise, the QR code's on the screen. Okay. Join the Discord server. Follow me on Twitter, X, TikTok. All the links are in the description, guys. Discord, TikTok, X, Twitter. All right. So hit your boy up. But a lot of things are going to be happening in the Discord server pretty soon. So make sure you stay in touch. And I'll be live tomorrow. I'm probably going to do something special tomorrow. So stay tuned. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. I appreciate you guys. Much love.